Okay, let's see. Ciao. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonius Drosera, Captain of Prisma and Space Mafia VTuber. Today is November 21st, 2025, and we're playing Ace Attorney Investigations. It's been a little over a week since we did it. I know we're finishing up the first chapter. So if you have no idea what's going on, it's okay. We're 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 pretty much done with it. I think we've got maybe like 15 more minutes left of it. Um, I want to test something real quick. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, I believe I fixed the latency. Uh, the latency issue that we've been having on YouTube. Um, Turns out I thought I fixed it from because you do it like on the like a Google told me to do it on the website, but I guess I have to do it from OBS on Restream. So that's why the latency wasn't good. So the latency should be much better now. I'm watching the VOD um, on YouTube real quick. Yeah, it's like 5 seconds now. That's crazy. So hopefully that is better. Because I know it was like a minute behind before. Um and It was driving me crazy because I didn't know what was going on with it. I thought I fixed it. Um and it just I don't know. So I saw this yesterday and was like, wait, I can do it from OBS. So I did it and it seems like I fixed it. So yeah, I don't know. I think hopefully it stays that way. I don't know. But appreciate y'all being patient with me. All the YouTube chatters. Hopefully it is a little bit more streamlined now. Now that I have uh, now that it's a little more closely syndicated. Um, and Yeah. Anyway, so I don't know, I'm super excited about it. That's why I started it for a second because I wanted to make sure I I wanted to make sure that it checked that, and I guess it did. Um, so yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised that that ended up fixing it. And let me know. Let me know if you notice an improvement. I mean, I'm noticing an improvement just watching the VOD for a few seconds. Seems like better. If you're watching on Twitch, you're not gonna notice any difference because there never really was like much of a latency delay, right? It was probably like 5 to 10 seconds, um, but YouTube should have a pretty noticeable difference from here on out. So I'm excited. I'm excited about that. I'm very excited because it's always been it's always been tricky talking to chat on YouTube because of the fact that, you know, it is delayed somewhere between like 30 seconds and a minute. It does mean, unfortunately, there won't be any closed captioning. I apologize. I do, if that is something that is important to you, do think that there are like plugins you can get. But I figured that this would probably be the more the better the better alternative. So yeah, if that is something that you need, I do believe that there are like closed caption plugins that you can get. I don't know any off the top of my head, but I've seen people use them. But yeah, very excited. I'm super stoked about it. I'm super jazzed. I'll probably make a formal announcement about it after stream today, but I wanted to just test it first to make sure before I made any actual statement about it. I don't know. I'm elated. I'm glad that I can, you know, it's always been hard chatting with you guys on YouTube because of that delay. So I'm glad that it seems like we fixed it. Knock on wood. But yeah. Anyway, we are continuing Ace Attorney investigations. This is the game spin-off for Ace Attorney that stars Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth, who is Phoenix Wright's situationship. And so far it's been interesting. The game mechanics are definitely a lot different from the traditional Ace Attorney games, but they still feel like Ace Attorney games, so it's interesting. I'm definitely interested. I have heard that a lot of these cases are really good. These games did originally come out around the same time as the Ace Attorney original trilogy, but they were recently remastered as of, I think, either earlier this year or last year, so it's pretty recent. There's two of them. There's two of them, and then after that we have the Chronicles games, which are two of those. So we have four more games left. Essentially, we're on the first of four remaining Ace Attorney games. There's also a collab game that they did with Professor Layton. I don't know if we'll end up playing that though. But yeah, we've got a lot more Ace Attorney. I'm excited. So let's go. I have no idea what was going on in this. He seems to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. Alright, let's press. Nonsense, you say? Yes, because I'm telling the truth here. I had the girl open my office door. Using the master key. Sure. You have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Guess we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you. After that, I was in my room the entire time. And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Training regimen? You going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, I jog when I get the chance. Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I was doing my usual workouts. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. I think I've given you quite a few reasons, actually. But none of those would stand up on their own. Then what about all the evidence? It's all circumstantial. No judge would convict on such flimsy evidence. He seems to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. The girl opened my office door. Well, no, you didn't, did you? You had her open. You had her open the. You had her open Edward's door, right?
Objection!
I had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. Definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints would naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Further, all the prints on my office door knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. But it doesn't change the fact that I was in my room the entire time. Is that really a fact, or is it fiction? Hey, would I lie to you? I have here proof that you were not in your room the entire time as you claim. Proof that he was not in his room? The basketball hoop?
Take that!
Somehow I don't think that piece really points out the flaw in my alibi, Mr. Edgeworth. You know, for a genius, you're really letting me down here. Hey, what are you insinuating about Mr. Edgeworth? It's fine, detective. Let him say what he wishes while he still can as a free man. Sportsman's alibi is not as waterproof as he'd like to think it is. All I have to do is show that piece of evidence and he'll sink faster than Swiss cheese. Okay, sure. So, what were we talking about again? The safe?
Take that!
No, alright. Note left by victim.
Take that!
This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." Oh, yeah. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then where were you, and what were you doing? Yeah. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? Charade, as he might say. We know you stole into my office. Stole into my office with the intent of stealing something. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, No one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of his office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world.
Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, and even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already.
And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that knob down well. Eh? I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Early evening, for example. Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse.
Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size.
Oh, but you can't prove that, can you?
Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Portsman makes a good point. Can't prove that you didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe? Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 a.m. You see? All the evidence points to him being the culprit, so there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. Was Maggie in there, maybe? I don't know. I don't think, I mean, it's not like they're probably not gonna introduce like another character this late. So I gotta think of it that way. It was either him or Maggie. Or Gumshoe. But I'm thinking it was him. I mean, like, he definitely did the murder, but it's possible that maybe someone else was like the shadowy figure. I don't know.
Hold it!
You were correct. It was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. Because as you say, however... Yes, however, you're the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see. Oh, come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? Beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit? Yup. Right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time. See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Yarr! Impossible. He actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there. Sir. Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle. Maggie. Detective Gumshoe. Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. Only I had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. Okay. The intruder I met could not have been Portsmouth, and who could it have been? Other than the victim's gun that I found, could there be another gun in play here? It rearranged my files twice, once before and once after the murder. Why? There is another handgun. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. Much more important. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Was it Maggie? Maybe the victim and his killer weren't the only visitors in my office tonight. I was in disarray. Maybe he took the file and then someone put it back? Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shells were appended twice. We know that the shells were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of 2 different people, once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it, and once again after the murder by our second culprit. Who was the owner of the second gun? If we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back.
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I'd assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? What, sir? Doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Why was it so slow? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight.
What do you mean, two?
It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Now you're just leading the argument.
You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? But why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed some sounds coming from my office, would be my guess.
Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right?
He must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out. Correct, and as a detective, that was the right thing to do.
But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there.
Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my file. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he also had left the fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor in my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another? Visitor, sir? I'm on this side now. Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. A stolen zero file, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves getting messed up twice and the 2 bullets? It was all because 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times? Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief, and was not in fact Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant, because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit. I guess I was wrong. This is just a random other character, but I don't know if it's so random. They might be setting something up, you know? They might be like, this thief, it's gonna be like the penultimate antagonist throughout the series.
Objection!
What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Can I speed up the... Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument, for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point.
Don't say that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. That thief you ran into should be a real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course. Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions. I don't think it's at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? Good. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it.
Hold it!
Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Faith's killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. And it was after that, after they were on there, that the thief stole one of them. You mean the 0 files, right? And that's how we know the letters themselves were a setup and not for Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either. Yes, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe.
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything, after all. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note... Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? You have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no. You see, so I insist again that I was in my office the entire time. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? Oh, that's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? There were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting, and this piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. We got an addendum.
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant. Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon, and this pendant, which belonged to the victim. And why were you taking them to Criminal Affairs? There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare these two to. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be it to your satisfaction. This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out.
Hold it!
I can't expect you to know, can I? Nope. But I guess you can expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions. Oh, then let's see or deduce. Let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave and then stole the master key, for the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed, and the murder occurred. It's all exactly as I laid out earlier. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. So we got the addendum. Was it the one-shot fire? There we go. Prints were wiped? He did say he has OCD. Oh, I brought the 3 pieces of evidence. Only 2 pieces? I believe the proper phrase here is, you failed. Excuse me? You failed as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully.
Ah, it says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces.
Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe. You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir. Find my seven tapes. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. But why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber, because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail, for the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into this coffin. KG8 incident. Oh. The KG8 incident. That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from that case? Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't exactly what's important now. Let's give this case a thorough once-over. Ah, that's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No, you've got it all wrong. No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video.
Yeah, it's totally suspicious.
Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints? If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderers, you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible. I... March 14th, 5:47 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. As a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir.
It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in the murder of my office. Please accept my apologies.
Oh, it was nothing. Really, compared to what I've been through, I mean. Consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person.
Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there was a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. I'm guessing they're being intentionally vague for a reason.
Oh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession.
We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up. Although we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. This is just between you and me, sir, and also Maggie. But there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh? Well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance to this piece of evidence. Oops. The case file?
Take that!
The person who stole his file, the other villain of the night. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yes. I came across this while I was processing your office earlier. Sir. This card. What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there? It's not just any bird. It's the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective. Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's been talking about. Yes. It is the mark of the great thief Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is set forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card, although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu, organization. Quite a few keywords are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming, for they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Is that who I think it is? Alright. Episode 2. Turnabout Airlines. An airport-themed murder? The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. Two days earlier. Yo, you good? Go you. Yes, everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet in the air to be precise. Thank you for your flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelt. Oh my god, he's fucking dead. March 12th, 6:13 a.m.
Flight G390. First floor lounge. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently experiencing high levels of turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Oh yeah, he doesn't like earthquakes. What's this? Travel wallet, but it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? Yeah, my head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. What am I doing hesitating like this? Oh right, yeah, he doesn't like elevators because of the murder that he witnessed when he was a wee lad was in an elevator. I am doing spoilers for the Ace Attorney games, by the way. Hopefully that was evident. Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. Oh, okay, well, I guess it's not really spoilers if they're just straight up saying it. Was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. What the? Byakuya Togami? What in the world happened? Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your He's dead! Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer! What? No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. Damn, was Edgy framed? They tie him up? Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tenero. Narrow road? Unfortunately, we just had a minor accident on this flight. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. What? A murder? What's going on in this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off. Please, there is no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer. Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. He does have a point. I mean, we did just have a, Now you listen here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body. So you say. However, I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant. She's awfully shady. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw, and there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, was it? Yes. I was just wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance? To do what? A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. I like her cubic ponytail. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good. Very well then, let's get started. I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator, it was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. That's it? That's her evidence? I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. I kind of like Edgeworth tied up. Alright, I'm zooming in. I need to know about this weapon. The murder weapon dripping with blood. Really now. I swear that it was the grisly scene I saw in front of me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now. As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time. Excuse me. You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder. Nonsense. Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene and am now listening to your defense, all with a smile. Apparently, you also lie with a smile on your face. Did she not say what the weapon was? Maybe the travel wallet? I don't see any blood on him. Oh wait, it's on his
It's on his neck.
Objection!
Miss Tonero. What is with this yelling all of a sudden? Ah, force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tonero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes, all that blood, drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. What? Impossible! Now then, do you still think I am the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? No. But I saw blood dripping from the wallet, I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained, but if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Then... That's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not in fact exist. No! There, that should clear up this pesky accusation. Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling, and the tacked-on please at the end sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside, even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be certain of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you would be so kind as to open up the wallet and check its contents for me. All right, I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice, however, I didn't do it out of ill intentions. It seems that this passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there is nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is... B. Hicks. P. E. Republic of Borginia. Someone else was from Borginia, but I don't remember who it was. Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks. Ackby Hicks. Ackby Hicks. There's definitely something there. I don't know. Which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? Oh, so somebody planted it on him. You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspected me, I see.
You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye to not suspect you of foul play? I'm thinking no, because I mean, look at all the money that's on the ground.
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero. What is it now? Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about this crime scene would prove that the motive for the murder was not the money? The money?
Take that!
If I may direct your attention to the things strewn all over the floor. That's right, the floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet... Ah yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks' passport. If you are really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet. Forgive me! Please! Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So that guy isn't the killer? Don't believe it, everyone, it's a trick. Will you all please be quiet? Miss Tenero? Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought that I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. What is it now? I don't know. I don't know what voice to give him. Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... I said that he is giving the runabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant. Yes, sir. I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport. I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I am finished talking to the likes of you. Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. You... How dare you try to waste my time? You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I am pretty sure that's how you say it in English. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinc LeBlanc too. I am a very wealthy man in Virginia. But I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout.
I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say.
Yes, and yet you continue to blather on.
I saw it, yes I did. I saw the victim go onto the elevator. Going down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock.
And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6? No. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
He understands, I see.
He kind of looks like Trump. I think I'm gonna give him the Trump voice. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Well, it was a little after the patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Ah! Hicks was his name, was it? Did I say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span?
And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes.
Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time.
Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice.
I was still eating. Still haven't finished, see? The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No compliant, I see. Not a single word against this, right? I'm over the Trump voice, I think. I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say. But do you have what you say, the evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc? I suppose you are quite certain in what you saw, enough to give a testimony.
Of course. I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time.
Machine?
Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, click, click.
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone. A laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty, while it produces this ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Mr. Nero. Yes? I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene? If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that is how you say it in English.
It's fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
This should not be approved.
Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back.
You are not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
We will see.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable!
I am in your debt, Miss Tenero.
However, there is one condition. I'm to supervise you. Can you agree to that?
Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. The captain's kind of suspicious, I'm not gonna lie. It's only natural, as I am still a suspect in this case. Grr.
I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use X to talk.
It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. Oh. Who's this diva?
That leads to the emergency escape hatch. You can't go there in mid-flight.
What's the probability that the criminal escaped through here?
100%.
Oh, let me finish my thought.
I'm 100% certain they didn't.
When I'm searching for an answer, only complete thoughts need apply. Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? You there.
If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay?
What the? Hey, wake up, you!
I'm terribly sorry that she's being rude, Mr. Edgeworth.
No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it that her salary was cut so low that it was in the red.
How did you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth?
Come to think of it, I forgot all about it. I must have been asleep or something.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Let me prepare you something right away.
What are you apologizing for, Miss Tenero?
I failed my professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please help yourself. If you see anything you fancy, feel free.
I think I'll take my time later, after I've solved this case, thanks.
Mr. LeBlanc seems to be protecting the gargantuan vase on the chair rather closely. It's a marvelous vase, though, isn't it? Yes, I dare say so, as a professional attendant.
I don't think there's any real connection between a piece of art and being an attendant. But I'm not just any old attendant.
Oh, but I'm not just any old attendant. I'm a professional flight attendant.
As though there was such a thing as an amateur flight attendant.
Hurry up and investigate. Time should not be wasted. Precious is human time, is how you say it, I believe.
It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
That's a Go You Airlines sponsored movie. It's a suspense, hard-boiled action, romantic horror comedy flick.
Is that the genre listing for this thing?
Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by anyone because it encompasses all those genres.
I can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be.
But you have to admit it has piqued your curiosity, right? I heard the main strategy with this genre listing was to make people curious.
Well then, consider the mission a successful.
This was Mr. Hicks' seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator?
Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now.
Don't get near me, you criminal. He said, don't get near me, you criminal.
I'm not the killer, and I intend to prove that starting now.
But that's contrary to the facts. He says, but that's contrary to the facts.
I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much.
What's a lifesaver doing here?
I bought it in the in-flight shop just beyond the lounge. If something should happen, having one will save your life.
I think this guy would have been better off not taking a plane to begin with.
Hey, miss, how about another glass? Jesus. Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? Oh, I'm sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you. I was asking the cute attendant. I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'd be happy to bring you another glass at any time. You got it, Toots. That's no way to talk to a lady. Look at all these bottles lined up in a row. It's a miracle they made it through the turbulence without a scratch. Actually, we asked the drink vendor to clean up all the ones that did break earlier. Then you mean to tell me he put all these up here after the turbulence? We are simply thrilled to have someone so interested in the variety of drinks available. I don't think anyone should drink this much. There is such a thing as overhydration. It's my seat. Unfortunately, I didn't bring anything particularly useful for an investigation. It's not as if I'm constantly prepared for such a thing to occur. Oh, really? Oh, that's right. I was in the middle of recreating a chess game. Just an observation, but there are too many red knights around that lone blue pawn. Aren't there too many red knights around that lone blue pawn? Nonsense. It simply shows that the blue pawn is no match for the red knight's might. If I may have a word with you. This steak so awesome. That's great to hear. However, I would like to ask you a few questions. I was here whole time, so wouldn't know. Eat or speak. Please pick one. I think he chose to eat. Yes, I can hear that. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero. It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I will bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes in first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all, which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. I mean, do you? What if they had a staff keycard? I don't know. I still think it could be the captain. I know we haven't met the guy, but like... he's kind of calling the shots here. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Now then, let's get started. But where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information and win your trust. This door leads to the flight attendant's room, but please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. The room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great, however, to me it simply smells. More evidence that Edgeworth likes men. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looks like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as a participle? Case in point. This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive. That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box. But its keys to press along with the music, so as though there really is someone playing it. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. This topple-over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. No! Look at all that grape juice staining the back. It may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was? Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? I can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. Oh, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. I'm much more fond of Phantom of the Opera. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing that conversation would get. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second, and I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off. I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. Is that why he passed out? The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. We don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. A pity that a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilt at its feet. This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Ugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect?
What or who is this? This is a bronze statue of our founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Ugo Hughes. The one on the left is of when he was in his 40s, and the others when he's in his 80s. They look the same. Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt. Aha. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I found some very important evidence. Oh, the footprints. What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that these are a set of footprints. So you think? Yes, these belonged to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. I don't think that will be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. What floors does this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key card. So the only floors accessible to the passengers are the first and second, huh? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So, Mr. Hicks, he's really dead? Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes. I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. I wonder what was hanging off of his lanyard. Was it a key card? Something's missing from this picture. Now, if I could just put my finger on it. What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, and is so popular that we're down to our last one. With an in-flight shop? Yes, it's just beyond the lounge, to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks' body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? Oh, he's got something in his pocket. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope he won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks' wallet at some point. There's no grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes, making it highly unlikely that Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. I'm gonna say this connects to never mind. Let's see. Let's make some deductions. What clues point to where the killer could have been? And the footprints. What? Oh. Okay. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes, what is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the master of the obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it. I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. Should I be looking at his head then? There's some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? It says Go You Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. But why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? You must hate Facebook. Oh, he's missing his... He's missing his, Is that a phone? Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. Oh yeah, the clicking machine. His machine? His cell phone, Miss Tenero. Ah, so I guess because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Missing cell phone data. Okay. Mr. Nero, I'd like to ask you about investigating, the lounge. As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around. If you could pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation. I will. However, please realize that you are still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you, of course, and I take no offense. Do you really understand what I'm saying? Yes, verily. Do you pinky swear you do on your honor as a professional prosecutor? I pinky swear I do on my honor as a professional prosecutor. Well, I guess that settles that. I feel my honor as a man slowly diminishing. Did you notice anything? I was wondering whose footprints those are next to the elevator. I'd say the killer's, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they are a vital clue to solving this case. Oh, maybe there are other clues waiting to be found in other places. Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go find them together.
A word of advice. Nobody likes a credit thief, so stop stealing my lines. Was wondering if you noticed anything, Miss Tenero. Yes, I can't help but notice the sad atmosphere in here. Yes, it is a rather tragic crime. I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. What's up, MD? Thank you. Robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talk about rubbing in the salt. I can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional flight attendant that I will capture the culprit with my own hands. And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic and the evidence. Even if you show that to me, I still cannot allow you free rein. I'm sorry, but I must admit that I still have my doubts about you. Guilty until proven innocent, I see. Do I need to make another deduction, maybe? Where was the killer? The elevator? Okay. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. I could only prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. Hmm. We still gotta make more deductions? It broken during his murder? Did the killer break them in the elevator, perhaps? Okay. So I was right earlier. It was the wrong thing. I have it. I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact, that someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Cool. Alright. I did alright. What's going on over there? Oh, wasn't Virginia where I think it was where Apollo's mom is from.
Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Do you understand what I am saying? The movie is late. Is this the same level of bad as if the plane... It is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late.
But the movie...
What? I will not touch you anymore. You are just wasting my time.
What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir.
Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you're innocent yet?
If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
What nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Not mistaken, merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine, suit yourself. I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 2 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you?
Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast.
I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator.
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course, I saw what was inside.
And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man.
This last outburst is a bit too important to let go. The person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. Grape juice footprints. Mr. LeBlanc,
what is it?
There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and? Say that shit with your chest. And? Will you admit you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive.
Oomph!
There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you please translate for us? No way. That's totally impossible, I guess is what he said.
No way, that is totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes.
If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc? Please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
I
was very upset
when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me, and I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one.
Mr. LeBlanc, if you would please calm down.
What? Dare you to have an issue? Dare you too have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth.
I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat.
So, are you still upset now?
I am always upset. The only time I'm not when I have a piece of art in my hands.
It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me. I was always checking the time over and over again.
Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time and money. You understand the point.
Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned on the magazine? Summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. That was loud.
They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible, so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong, it matched the schedule. But the movie was still late, very, very late.
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's all right.
The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times.
So this movie you mentioned is the one listed in the Sky magazine.
Yes. I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
Miss Tenero, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident?
Nonsense. You doubt me?
No. Now stop pointing at me like that. Odd. How did he miss a movie that was clearly he was hoping to see?
I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure. My watch is set to my destination's time. I always set it when I board the plane.
You're sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes, of course. I'm a very busy man. I'm immediately busy when I land. I have many places to go. I had no time to waste adjusting my pocket watch.
I see. That was a very valuable statement you just made.
Flatter me all you want, but you will not get 1 cent out of me.
That's all right. All I require is this piece of testimony. The movie is 6 to 8. That is some face.
Since you only happened to see him, it's possible that you missed something in that glance. Even if I only happened, I did not miss a thing. And how can you be so sure? Just because. I would appreciate it if you didn't take my life so lightly with a simple just because. Well, then I was only making a joke. I saw Mr. Hicks, all right? Is it possible that someone was hiding inside? What? You dare insult me? I have belief in my eyesight. When I look for art to sell, I am told often I have great sight for the arts. I think the phrase you were looking for was great sense, although that's debatable. But isn't it possible someone was just outside of your line of sight? You are persistent. I tell you, I looked clearly. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one! Why do you insist that you are absolutely not mistaken? Because when I say I'm not wrong, I am not wrong. Mr. LeBlanc, if I may, I think beyond misconceptions and mistakes lies the truth. Funny that suspiciously mirrors something I told her only a little while ago. I honestly don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying. I'm over here now. I don't think he's lying either. But I think he might be mistaken about something. Mistaken? Yes, and I'm going to correct his mistaken recollection with evidence. And this professional attendant shall witness the prowess of a professional prosecutor. Now watch it set to my destination time. I always set it when I board the plane. The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times. Something about this movie and the pocket watch. The body was found at 6:15. All times shown correspond to our departure time zone. Is it possible that we switched time zones? Yeah, he set it to the destination's time, so it must have been like an hour off. They must have switched time zones. I don't know if they mentioned that. Did they switch time zones? I guess you're expected to infer it. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. I was kind of confused what he meant by destination time, but I guess that makes sense. What a dumbass. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents. I'd like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure's time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Mr. Gennaro, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at our transfer point. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhangfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time, so right now we are still running on Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with that schedule. Ugh.
Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. My 1,000,000 cents. This should clear up all of the remaining accusations. So this basically widens the time frame from the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. Is it? Are there planes that have elevators in them? That seems so crazy. I would not want to ride an elevator in a plane, I'm gonna be honest with you. Well, I guess accessibility. I've never rode on a multiple story plane either. I've only ever been on a single story plane because I'm broke. I ain't trying to ride a plane that what I'm just trying to get from one place to the other, you know what I mean? I don't got fucking 2-story plane money. Who does in this economy? The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing? I've got something to say. And you are? Yeah, oh. I'm Chamomile. I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. What? How can you be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. The stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer at Jane Fa, correct? Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off or in Jiangfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. Is that her nipple? I mean, it's crazy. She just got her boobies out, dude. But eventually everyone, including Camby and myself, came back on the plane. So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind. We had a brief stop from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to transfer cargo and refuel at transfer point. Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m. Okay, now what time did you come down in the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Jiangfa. You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you are the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards? Unfortunately, yes. But then, How do we explain the footprints?
Is not that obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him. And then he put the corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
What? Do you have another idea?
I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? The elevator, right? The missing cell phone? The piggy bank. The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and it's not displayed here in this lounge. Now, how then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. Doesn't prove you're innocent at all.
Is there no way to win with this man? If I may.
What is it?
You see, well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says.
Oh, and why do you know this so well?
Well, it's just that that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right.
You were in the shop just before the turbulence?
Yes, I was. Come to think of it, Miss Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you were on the first floor?
Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes. You seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities.
Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there, then?
What is it now?
Are you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. Oh, that's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. No.
What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero?
It means she's lying. Go on, admit you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet, here you are.
She's kind of feeling suspicious. I'm not gonna lie.
Your flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Damn. Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on.
There's something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Now it's not the time to be standing and making soliloquies. I should be hurrying to the shop and investigating.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's the attendance room.
Oh, please excuse me. It was a simple mistake.
You made a mistake, didn't you? Why don't you just come out and say it?
It's exactly what I just said. I made a small mistake. Don't nod off while I'm talking. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area.
Huh? Did you say something?
I said that there is glass here and to be careful.
But why?
Obviously, common sense does not register even as a blip on this girl's radar. Piano. It's been a while since I played one of these. It might not be a bad idea to brush up after a bit this time. Of course, that's contingent on the outcome of this case. It's time to get investigating. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here.
You think? Guess we'll have to clean things up then, teehee.
Hold on. You can't clean up a potential crime scene.
Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much.
I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There's a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Beautiful flowers and a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them.
Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever.
So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can assure you that I'm here in this shop. Oh my god. To prove just the opposite.
Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around, you know? So don't forget that, okay?
How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep?
Well, you know what really show your things? You see that item for sale over there?
Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation. What are these?
Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one.
What's up, Ayane?
You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try then buy.
No way, but either way, it doesn't really matter.
True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane?
Anyway, see that? I need one of those suitcases right now. They're so ugly. Just look at all the Captain Ugo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. See a place to put my stuff in? Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? But I never showed any interest in it to begin with. Teehee. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You wanna know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Tenero designed this. Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Okay, lame day. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe? I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so bleh. Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Seems like Meal and Tenero are must have some sort of like rivalry or hatred for each other. She hates her job. Yeah, seems like it. No! You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. Yeah, attention. Here, I'll put it back. There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I'd suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay, then how about you buy something for me then, as a present? I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything. But I've had my eye on that pen for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. The glass from the display case's door is shattered all over the floor. It looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one, too. Same girl, I want someone to buy stuff for me, too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? There are all kinds of luxury name-brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in just such a manner as to scream, "Buy me!" to any passers-by. Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. I sell a lot of these when there's some kind of accident or something, but some people buy them even when there's nothing that's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? I sense that this shop is one shopper away from being sued. Looks like we've found everything. Alright, let's put some shit together. We got the broken glasses, the tiny captain's hat, the suitcase, and the murder weapon. Where have we seen the tiny captain's hat? a tiny captain? This is true. I did get everything, it looks like. Alright, let's see. The victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? Oh, maybe the suitcase. Maybe the suitcase, like, rammed into him and that caused his glasses to break? Damn it. He's got his glasses on in this picture. And they're not broken. Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Miss Rhoda said that this piggy bank was in this shop, right? Don't you find her a tiny bit suspicious? I don't think I can say either way yet. There's not enough evidence to convince me that she was lying about anything back there. Are you sure about that? Is it... Does he have... Is it on... Oh... Captain Ugo has the hat. I'm thinking, right? Is that what they're... Yeah. That must be. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. Heck yeah. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Eh? Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place, so come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. What's up, Mr. Eicher? Use the suitcase to break the glass? It's possible. Tomorrow's the day? Ooh, good luck. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of GoU Airlines, Mr. Ugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Laurel? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. I think they missed an eye there. GoU Airlines related books line this shelf. The history of GoU Airlines, the future of GoU Airlines. I'll have to go because it's late night for me. No worries. Good luck. You got this. The 7 Wonders of GoU. Fight on. GoU Airlines. Working name Yugo Airlines. You! Part of OG. The titles make it very clear that they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank? But it's a bit odd that the inside of this case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly. Ah! What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. The titles are very eye-catching. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. For security, there's a lock on this display case. Miss Meal, if I may ask you about this lock. The one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so she's got the keys to all the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something. Do you want me to go get the key from her? No, that's alright. She really wants to make a sale. Okay, we still just got the broken glasses in the suitcase. I guess we can make a deduction with the suit. Nope, don't have the suitcase. Okay. I guess maybe the piggy bank? Yeah. There's definitely something very unusual about this. About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Ugo bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, I see. I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope. No, there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at the time, too. Eh? That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Ugo bank from here after the turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen to what I'm saying. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes, at this point that is a very real possibility. But then what if when the killer went to take Captain Ugo, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Ooh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? Plane shook so much during it that it made a huge mess of the shop. Did the turbulence cause the glasses to break? The suitcase and the turbulence? Okay. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sun yelling? Tell me, Miss Beale, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure. They totally ooze strange. Like the color and the such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention! Ah, you're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after their creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. On closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What's so unusual about this suitcase? Oh, it's got some, like, wheel stoppers.
Take that!
Yeah, I figured you thought the design was odd, too. I never said the design was odd. Yeah. Please don't give me that attitude. Can't let her get me all riled up. Time to calm and take another good hard look.
Take that!
These? Something very peculiar about these wheels. Okay, you couldn't have given me that? Come on. Huh? As in... There are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And... And so, it is very likely that this suitcase was placed here after we heard that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? A $1,200 price tag. Not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I'd say. This was apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself. The design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes, perhaps that is the best way to put it. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. Oh! A piece of cloth. It's soaked with blood. Ah! It's blood! It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to a murder after all. Uh-huh. So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps? Aren't you just talking about the cloth, then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used this suitcase to transport is... the body?
Take that!
Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? But, in light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else, which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments, however. If I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Damn, I don't know. One of them is sus. I mean, they're both sus, but like, I feel like they each have something to hide, and one of them might be hiding murder. But I still feel like this thing with the captain is weird. Like, I don't know. I feel like the captain could have done some murder, a little murder as a treat. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. To be continued. Oh damn, we landed. March 12th, 1 o'clock p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over, and thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private, so I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Oh my god! It's Franziska! Our girl! Franziska, I thought you were still in Germany. I go wherever I am needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Franziska von Karma. The daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It'd be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue, but I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day. When a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Wait! It has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Too slow. Ow! Oh man, I missed them. Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Goodbye, Diva. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see that you're okay. Thank you, Detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francisca is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair.
I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore.
He must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. What should I go with? I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes. Only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to international market. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. In Soviet Russia, world flag lunchboxes eat Jew. Found it. LOL. Ooh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 LOLs. For my next elite movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock so many boxers. So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes.
Wow! I'd love to take a run down that runway!
Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided. I like the planes. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. Besides the turbulence, they're really not all that bad as a mode of transportation. So how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. We're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kinda creepy.
as though she knew there had been a murder or something. And had come in advance to await your flight's arrival. Now that is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. About a week ago, remember that? Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details? It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. It's high time to resume my investigation, starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. So, you must be the captain.
Why, yes, I am. And who might you be?
I am the prodigy prosecutor Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do.
What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy.
Oh boy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip. Yeah. Now see here. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you. Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't even have 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Looks like we can't go beyond here, sir. Plus, the body has been sent off to the medical examiner's office for autopsy. Did you finish taking his statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. I do not concern if you are not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. Kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Oh. Sure does. Mr. LeBlanc, can you take a look at this for me, please? Oh, it's a Borginian cloth. As I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose? Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, otters come from over the seas for more. And this is the cargo you were talking about earlier? No. My cargo this time is much many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. It is no good that the attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room, too. That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss
What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And then they have not come out yet. They still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time?
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants.
Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero.
I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room.
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect, Franziska?
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you.
Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast. Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit?
I like my affairs to be simple and perfect.
I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes.
Hey, you say that like you're cooking a packet of instant noodles. Yow!
I won't even allow 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence.
See, she hasn't changed a bit. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily. So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene?
I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you.
And nothing more? Are you saying there is more I need to know?
Yeah. Why did you whip me, sir?
Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped.
It would appear that Franziska doesn't have all the facts of this case yet. What do you mean by scene?
Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m.
And then from the time after that call until the body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. That's not true. I don't know how to... Wasn't Tenero? Well, it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time. That fact alone does not make me the criminal. We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest culprit. Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect.
But I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings. Ow!
Quiet, Scruffy. Even if we were related by blood, that's no guarantee that he's not a criminal. Francisca, I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party. The likeliest suspect. What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. We'll take care of the gaps in her logic, one hole at a time. Is it the cloth?
Objection!
It would seem that your logic is not as perfect as you think it is. What is that supposed to mean? This piece of evidence should show you exactly what I mean. Oh yes, it clearly shows what you're thinking. That you're attempting to buy yourself time. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have tried to pull a fast one. The suitcase.
Objection!
But this is simply not true. The footprints? Well, Mr. Tenero was there. She passed by.
Objection! 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 Objection!
Just in case. I don't know. I don't know if failing causes you to have to start from the last time you saved, so
Amid this much blood on this piece of cloth, was the victim wrapped in it at some point? According to LeBlanc, this textile is fairly famous. What a waste.
Objection!
Redo the footprints.
Objection!
Ugh. I might just look it up. Oh, that's close.
Objection!
It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all. Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Avon Karma is perfect in every way. But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point? As if there is proof of that. What's the proof that this suitcase was moved around? The footprints. Well, the drag prints. The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where is the evidence to prove the killer dragged the suitcase through here?
Take that!
This mark here, wouldn't you say that it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose.
Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of that suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you've come to your senses. Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge, where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back from where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of that body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. Damn, sixer.
Hold it!
How do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked. That's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass like this. Meow! You shattered my heart of glass. So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop in Captain Ugo Bank, does she? That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon.
Objection!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account into your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic, essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. Do we still not know what the murder weapon was? What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. It was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. You there? Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one man. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence.
and the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
Eek.
If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I'd think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared to a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene. There is one more possibility. And what would that be? That the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case from the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of questioning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means that the killer had the key to the display case. Francisco, the person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Huh? Speaking of which, I recall that you also wished to speak with her. Yes. Very well. Permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her. But you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Oops. I've been told by Miss Moncarver that you can now enter the flight attendant's room. Please feel free to look around. Thank you. Now to unravel Miss Tenero's true intentions. So you're the one who poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission? Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Miss Tenero? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too? Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? All right. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain the well-kept one on top belongs to Miss Tenero. Ew, this bottom one is a giant mess. You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? Meow! Ah, there are some things in life best kept to yourself, detective. Right, so what is this? Miles Edgeworth. Isn't this something that you should be doing right now? Of course, I should be asking Miss Tenero for her side of the story. That's right. And how does that have anything to do with what's over there? Nothing, really. If you already knew that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did.
Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Miss Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to her shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. The cloth, I'm guessing? The suitcase? You could please look at this for me, Miss Tenero. Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured out something else about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, well, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I'd know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there? So you're saying, Miss Tenero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression that I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. No, I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Jeez. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcase isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's... impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She's used it for a long time? I think not. Miss Tenero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. The tag.
Take that!
Tell me, Miss Tenero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? Ugh. What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase is... Was it Rhoda?
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really had is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. Thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either. They weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight? They're $1,200. How are you staying afloat? Is the flight attendant salary really that poppin'? I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here is my receipt for that purchase. This receipt is clearly time-stamped 5:40 a.m. 5:40 a.m., huh? The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on these trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only other way is just through that door there. And what about security? That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special keycard that only crew members have access to. Which means the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Yes, Francisco? Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say. Francisca got information out of Miss Meal? In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. A different keycard? Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. Ah! What? Is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. Ah, I don't believe it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. What's wrong? Sorry, I got a text. The key card, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Franziska, I know that you are the lead investigator on this case. However, hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. Huh? You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. We might finish this case today. I'm gonna do my best. March 12th, 2:52 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big! This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra-luxurious first-class seating. So is this the real scene of the murder? There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Okay, so all we got right now is the broken glasses. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. It sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of this story. No matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. This thing's as tall as two of you on top of each other, sir. Probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity. What? Really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. There's really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, Detective. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200? I think I'll pass. And Miss Tenera wonders why they don't sell. You'd need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping in? It's a bunch of glass fragments. Ah. Bam. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has been just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. It's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. It looks like a profile on Franziska. Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Yeah, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the 1st floor, Detective. It can't move. Oh, yeah. I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special key card. Both the door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir. I haven't noticed a thing. I'm not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides the murder. Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental-level international crime, but it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Interpol is involved? It's a top-secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Okay. How about... Didn't we just get a file? Or did that go in our... Maybe that went in the other thing. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. Franziska said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh. Maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you and the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figured it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime, and it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Ow. Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason, of that I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he would. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francis, could you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then when he was murdered here, these glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Aha. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tennaro. If it was a crew member, any of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tennaro. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I see what she's getting at, but no. I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. If it was a crew member, any of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand, much like Scruffy over there. Yay! I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Or a whip, apparently. Very well. Then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? Huh, I thought you might ask about her. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here.
Hold it!
But it's highly unlikely that the key card was stolen from Miss Tennaro. It's highly likely? Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father. Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence, Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tennaro, you know. It's not just the key card that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Ugo piggy bank? Yes, she is also the only person with a key to open that display case. Further, there's the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. What about it?
Hold it!
Objection!
But that is a... Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. You must keep on insisting that it's a fake. Then what is the real murder weapon, and where did it go? You're speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should we examine further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? The body? Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks' head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy? Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks' autopsy. Eek. Yes, sir. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report, now! The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back was beaten over such a wide area? Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Ooh. My phone is dying. Ooh.
When I tell you this chair sucks.
Chair sucks. I fucking mean it, dude. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless. Yow. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there.
No, you must remove yourself from my way. What is all that racket?
Oh. My luggage, my cargo. They're mine and I demand you return them to me.
Still investigating the cargo. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there is no choice. Finally, I think he give... Hey,
Finally, I think you give... Hey, what are you...
you have left me no choice but to use strong force. Arr!
You won't get past me. Oh. This is... Wait. That's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about. Further, there's the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. Aha. They pushed him off.
The doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his back.
Cause of death. I'm guessing he was pushed off. But I don't know what the... What the flip? I just looked it up. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of one single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. Bam. If looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
What was all that about? Was he trying to jump his way down here?
Francisca? What? What do you want? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. You did?
He really jumped.
We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time.
He might be hurt. Should go check on him, sirs.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. I don't have evidence to show. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. There it is. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I've figured out what was the real cause of death. Free falling. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell to his death. Yes, now this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on his back, on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victims fell from the top of the stairs from this very cargo hold. What? Then... We're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you aren't dead, pal. Quiet, why are you screaming? Huh? He's alive. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that the large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? It would have been a more genuine pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there would have still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. So there is no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. It may be there now. There is no proof that it was always there. As if there could be a window of time when that giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it is now? The box... oh. The picture... Maybe.
Take that!
Maybe not. Refueling?
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Zhang-Fa? Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhang-Fa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Ah, it's labeled Zhang-Fa Express. Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhang-Fa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Jane-Fa leg of the flight, making the clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched. And allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Dunk, 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 dunk. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Aleph Red Statue? Never heard of it. Nor I. But all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Let's get investigating, sir. Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. Don't rush up on me like that, pal. So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? Let's see what else I can find out from him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine. Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Aleph Red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective. Darn, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? I don't know, kinda. Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It is a very valuable piece of art, so no! There will be no touching. Why do you show me something of no value? Show me the bread first, then maybe we'll talk. But you want me to pay him before he'll comment on this? Try it. Alright. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Jane Fa. I think I need to question him a bit further. Not your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How dare you say my art is fake? I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things, those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says as plain as day the cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in this certificate. No, that's... Which means that there was never a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. Around 4 to 5 a.m. when we
had a layover or whatever. We had to stop to refuel. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount this theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I am right.
This, I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Alif Red?
Gives us such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Alif Red statue.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something?
There's something wrong with this picture, but we should examine in more detail. So this is the Alif Red statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before.
No wonder this thing is worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir.
I wouldn't call it sparkling, detective. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. Are these eyes made of some sort of gem?
That's a real nice shade of orange. For a sec, I couldn't even tell they were jewels.
Oh, but they kinda remind me of the eyes of this stray cat that lives near my house.
Are the eyes supposed to be this color?
Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible this statue is a fake? Obviously it's from this picture. Ah! These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
And pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Ah, sir, they're red.
As I thought, this statue is a fake, Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? Do not know I'm a busy man. I allow 2 seconds for your answer.
The Alif Red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
He's the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is gonna be a long story.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but
what is that? Sympathy for what?
You'll see. If I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us.
I meant the eyes on the statue in front of us, and the one in this photo.
Why the sudden yelling? Now then. Oh!
Is this a photo of the statue on display in the museum in Europe?
Wow!
Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
You're fake!
I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Jane Fa. I will present you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Oh. What's this? What's this?
Statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. Kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. You, what did you say now? Further, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen.
Please forgive the trespassers of my subordinate.
Why should I forgive if that dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it.
since the live rate is a fake. That art dealer isn't looking too happy about it either, sir. The art dealer isn't looking too happy about it either, sir. I will get to the bottom of this for his sake as well as mine. Alright. I said I was gonna finish it, but baby tired. I think I'm gonna peace out. Interesting case so far though. Looking forward to see how it shapes up. We'll be back tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday, right? Are we doing, is it Life is Strange? What are we doing tomorrow? Oh, we're doing Cyberpunk. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. Well, Cyberpunk tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Love you guys so much. You're the best. And see ya tomorrow. That's all. Ciao. Oh, bye everybody. Sure.